Good try, wasn't it? You demons. Good try. Hacking into all this internet, passwords, emails, right? Good job I was waking up early. Good try. Wow, you stupid, pathetic demons. So, Freemasonry, hey? Police state control system. Yeah, you got perpetrators trying to hack into me. Well, rather completely hacked into everything. Perpetrators trying to hack in. So, engage trauma-based mind control. Try not to use the agenda. Yeah, brain interface. Really, I've got audio recording of your perks, what you're doing to me during my meant to be sleep. So, you didn't like the fact that stream last night, did you? Police state control system Freemasonry. Just wonder why there's so many people. No matter what you do, it's physical domain, right? People waking up. I've got audio recording your nappy and demons attacking me. Doing what meant to be a natural sleep stage. But what is lovely is a spiritual wakening up, right? No matter what happens, right? One survives. Right, so you've got UK, watch, be careful, false flag. I've got things to do. I've got 2 private friends. Do you really think? Yeah, you're attacking me all night. I've got the audio evidence. Shape-shifting demonic entities, you lot are. The cabal. Oh, it's just such an illusional state. All UK mainstream media, you cannot make this BS up. I'll screen share this image. What's going on in this messed up world in England as well? It's all controlled. Okay. So, wake up to this, yeah? Wake up to this BS. I can't be bothered to find them, I'm too tired. Right. It's not that one. Let's get back into where I was. This one. Look at all the mainstream control puppets, control press, viewing a Downing Street on the day that new MP is announced. Don't you think there's going to be, unfortunately, I'm having to dive into the little I do have. £20 has to stretch for just a few bits of food I need. Do you really think you're fighting for anyone? These are all controlled. Look at that sun simulator. Oh wow, what a picture. That's unique. Look how they position that sun simulator with the camera reflections into 10 Downing Street. On that note, ouch. What the hell is that colour? So hot. Me. Be okay.
Everybody, let's go to the United Kingdom.
Oh, I got a glitch in the system. Oh, look at that sun reflection. Constant lighter on that building. Ironic. 360. Don't look at you. Great card. Black and white, Freemasonry colours, checkerboard. All this propaganda. Yep, it's all part of the military operations of the ultimate of the mind of the populace. Do not react. Try not to. All this control systems doesn't stop to it. Demonic ways. Yeah, thanks for waking me up bloody early. Quite interesting when these elites are controlled by the Rockefeller Foundation, the Rockefeller families, the bloodlines, the Illuminati. People are waking up spiritually as well. What a time to see all this take place. Well, that storm didn't make much of an impact, did it? Yesterday, controlled the weather. Well, not yesterday, yeah, today, I suppose. Oh, this demonic life. The reflections of the actual comets and planetary systems, as you can see, reflecting off the buildings. It's not always a camera reflection. So, trying to help me out. Oh, look at these public servants. They work with the public. Don't forget, they don't get no positions for nothing. That's selling their soul. They'll be monitoring all communications, you know. They'll be monitoring all people's psychological reactions as well for things like this. For the future, for Skynet. What is Skynet? You might want to educate yourself on that if you want. If not, fine. There you go. It's not a problem. Live and down in the street as I look at the weather. Listen to the audio evidence. Frequencies are ramping up. Weather cams. Wow. Look how bright that is in Scotland. The nanoparticulates flying back. That is not just sun behind it, sun similar to front of it. Can you see the radiation coming off from that onto the water? Oh, it's red. That's strong. What's it doing on the other side? There's 4 people watching that. Wow. Look at that sky. That's Isle of Wight. Red. That's not. Oh my lord. This is definitely not in untra sun. What they're hiding. Look at this. Wow. Other plugging my Freemasons, plugging my channel up.
If you're over 60 in the UK and interested in a no-fuss, low-cost way to pre-arrange your final wishes, then this video's for you. If you're not one...
Wow, 12 o'clock. They're going to announce in England who's meant to be a public servant. Oh, 10 Downing Street of England. A puppet on a string is meant to be a public servant. I think this is the actual note. Oh, 10 Downing Street of England. A puppet on a string is meant to be a public servant. I think this is the actual note. Oh, 10 Downing Street. Doesn't anybody realise this is staged? Let me just find it. Doesn't anybody realise this is staged? Just find it. This is all intriguing. These puppets are controlled by the Illuminati to control everyone with the means of mind control. The story of the Committee of 300. It doesn't matter who people think they've got in to 10 Downing Street. The story of the Committee of 300. It doesn't matter who people think they've got in. It's all a stage. Life's a stage. They want to get rid of people. 3 billion by the year 2050. They call the useless eaters the Committee of 300 Illuminati Commission to write a paper. 3 billion by the year 2050. on this subject, how to bring about genocide. Global 2000 report. They know already they're born into this position. Under the terms of the global report, the population US alone by 100 million by the year 2050. To weaken the moral fabric of nations, demoralize workers, create mass unemployment. What they're doing already. The Tavistock Institute is behind preparing the blueprint of the document. The Stanford Research, Professor Willis Harman. To keep people everywhere from deciding their own destinies by the means of one creative crisis after another, managing crisis. This will confuse and demoralize the population to an extent where faced too many choices, empathy, and a massive scale will result. In the case of the US, our Agency for Crisis Management is already in place, FEMA. It first disclosed in 1980. To introduce new cults and continue to boost these already functioning, which included the music, film industry, gangsters, and they called them the music gangsters, such as Rolling Stones, a gangster group much favoured by European black mobility, and all the Tavistock created rock groups, which began with the Beatles. To continue to build up the Christian fundamentalism began by the British Eastern Company. Serpent Derby, which will be misused to strengthen the Zionist state of Israel by identifying with the Jews through the myth of God's chosen people, and by donating very substantial amounts of money to what they mistakenly believe is a religious cause in the futurism of Christianity. To press for the spread of religious cults, such as the Muslim Brotherhood, the Muslim fundamentalism, the Sikhs, to carry out mind control experiments of the Jim Jones, son of Sam type. It is worth noting that a certain corporation of British military intelligence, DIV6, MI6, this detailed work spelled out step-by-step process is called US government implementation, put into power to exploit religious liberalization ideas around the world, to undermine all existing religions, but more specifically the Christian religion. This began with the Jewish liberalization theory, theologically, that brought an end to the Subzan family in the rule in Nakagoshia, I think it is, which today is destroying El Severia now. 25 years into civil war, Costa Rica and Honduras are also embedded in a revolutionary activities instigated by the Jews. One very activity entirely engaged, documented by the government, is Aldavia. US press and new media refused to give any space or coverage of the massive proclamation processed by the government, which proved why May Carnal mission nuns what they were doing in the country. Now, Maynard is in service in many countries and plays a leading role bringing communism in Rhodesia and South Africa, caused the total collapse of the world's economy, engendered total political chaos. What do you think they're about to do today in England and tomorrow? To take control of all foreign domestic policies of the US, to give the fullest support to institutions such as United Nations, International Monetary Fund, the Bank of International Settlements, and the World Court, to make local installations less effective by gradually phasing them out, bringing them under the UN, United Nations, penetrate, subjugate all governments, work and destroy them within, destroy the sovereignty and integrity of the nations represented by them, to organise a worldwide terrorist, what they call it here, what they've already done already, and to negotiate with terrorists. Whatever terrorist activities take place, it will be recalled, and that will be an code switch name they're using. Whatever terrorist take place, it will be recalled, and that will be a code switch name. Down below number 20 it says US governments to negotiate with Red Brigades, kidnappers of Prime Minister, which ones? Aside a dossier who placed them strict orders to talk about what's happened. Should we ever break the silence, it would also be doubled. It just explains a lot of these 21 goals there. Tavistock Institute began in 1937. Wellington House begins this propaganda turned on the British public, being strongly anti-war in 1913. It's been a long time in the making, and compare what it is now. But know who you are is important. We are powerful. The straw man.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome aboard the citizenship. I say that because we're all deep in Admiralty jurisdiction. And so how many people here could tell me, we're going to start with the notion of transport tonight, because transport's a favourite one of mine. How many people can tell me what they think transport really means?
It means to get from A to B, maybe?
Good.
Well, mechanised transport, vehicles, etc.
Okay, vehicles.
It means to get around.
Okay, so transport, let's take it apart. Transport, everything in this world is based on this Admiralty jurisdiction. It's all to do with the high seas, vessels, ports, and all of those laws are all basically laws and jurisdictions that come from England originally and are copyrighted, I believe, to the Bar Association or something like that in England. So once you move over the seas, it falls into Admiralty jurisdiction. So when you go into some of the courts, then you see flags that have, like this trim on them, this gold trim. You're actually in an Admiralty court. So it becomes something like the high seas here. Now, transport is the transfer between two ports. So what are we transferring here? What are we transporting? Usually, yeah, we're actually transporting people the people themselves are the goods. They're the cargo. So the vehicle or the vessel actually becomes, the road actually becomes like the shipping lane. And so you actually transfer something from one port to another port, and it's regulated by the transport Department of Transport. So where does this all lead us? Well, we have these things called vehicles that we're told are vehicles, are private automobiles. What they really are another type of vehicle or vessel to ship around the straw man. So, we all have straw men. Does anyone here not know what the straw man is? Okay. Well, the straw man is probably the first place we should start. The straw man is your front. He's the all capital letter fiction that the governments and corporations create. This is where the matrix comes in. There's the natural world and there's the machine world. And the machine world, the digital world, emulates the natural world. It's the hidden world. And it emulates it in three ways. And that's with electricity, water, and salt. They're the three basic constituents of all life. And the machine world emulates that. And so you have admiralty jurisdiction, you have circuit courts, you have charges, you have discharges. And all of the other elements that make up this machine world are based on the natural world. And so it's this kind of duplicate, so that we don't actually see it or know that it's there. So your straw man, this all capital letter fiction is created when you're birthed. Okay, when you come down the birth canal, out of one vessel, you're basically docked. The cargo is unladen, and you're registered. The cargo is now in a new port, let's say. So you are registered with the government, and you get a number, and you're assigned an all capital letter version of yourself, the digital you. Okay, not the natural you. This is the digital you. And what the government does is it takes that digital you and creates an account, and that account, the straw man, and the government uses that account as your.
Oh yeah.
And creates an account, and that account, the straw man, and the government uses that account as your.
What a farce in England. This is what's going on in the UK. 12 o'clock, they all announced the puppet. It's going to go into my channel, bear with me. They hacked everything on my computer today. Emails, everything. See? I got woken up 6:30 this morning. What time is it for you, Tanya? They blanked up my video last night. Again, I'm trying to get into my own channel. They're trying to block me. the hacking. Right, you know. Oh, it's in the evening, is it? You're tired. Oh, it's 10 o'clock, yeah. You're here tired. Oh, it's in the evening, is it? They're cancelling a lot of airplane flights. Oh, really? What, in Australia? They're cancelling a lot of airplane flights. Oh, really? What, in Australia? Why is that? Wow. Why is that? From Bale. Is that the island? Nearby Australia. Why are they cancelling the flights on the island? Oh, you don't know why? Is it on your mainstream news? Nearby Australia. What was it this morning? You woke up to it? Well, this evening, I should say. What was it this morning? Ah, right. I've got a feeling what it could be. Watch the weather cams if you know how to do it. Watch the weather cams in your area, and it'd be live weather cams, and see if you notice anything strange, right, in the skies. If you see, I wonder if I can actually look. Live weather cams Australia. Let me have a look. If you see, I wonder if I can actually look. Live weather cams Australia. Have a look. I can't spell Australia. I might not have spelled the spelling correct. I'm tired. Right, we've got Melbourne, but I'm looking for wider. Bali. Might not have spelled the spelling correct. Right, we've got Melbourne, but I'm looking for wider. Bali. Let's have a look. Got Sydney Harbour. I'm looking for your area, webcams. You've got the world webcams. Got Sydney Harbour. Looking for your area, webcams. You've got the world webcams. Yeah, it might be worth having a check. Got Sydney Harbour. Yeah, it might be worth
the
having
man
a
with
check.
the answers, Mike from around the world. Mike, how you doing tonight?
Marshal Paul Bagley. Good to be here tonight. How do I sound?
Well, you sound good. I could use a little more volume out here for me, just personally. But Brock, how's it sound on the air? Brock, go ahead and say a few words.
Good to go? Good to go?
Yep, we're great, Mike. Sounds great. Mike, great to have you tonight. How you doing?
We have a lot of rain
Well, good to
coming
be
for a
here,
month.
Pastor Paul. Good to be here. Lots going on, huh?
Yeah, lots going on. I mean, where do you want to start? But we kind of looked at something that was happening.
Oh
They're
God.
shutting down they took a hold of people's thermostats in Denver, Colorado. They just reached in and now it was 90 degrees and they said, I'm sorry, but you know,
No
it's
gas
on your
bottles
thermostat.
for
We're keeping
cooking.
it 78 or 79
Running
degrees.
out soon.
And
So is it all going to
is
be
this the beginning
electric?
of this control of, are they going to do that this winter? Are they going to reach in? Is this something is this the beginning of what we're going to see not only in the United States, but around the world? We're hearing that they're going to be freezing in the UK. They're already rationing water in California.
I knew it.
Putting little spigots on people's intake.
Okay, Tanya. Look into this subject. You know this already, I think.
Imagine that trickling into your home. And that's all the water you get.
Agenda 21.
This is
They want everyone to be on electricity. Rely on electricity. Agenda 2030. I misspelled that.
Inflation, outrageous prices on fuel oil, and a way to heat their homes. I mean, how much are they going to limit travel? I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to ask you this. Is this overreach? Is this designed? And how far are they going to go?
Is it designed? Sure it is. Sure it is.
Okay.
And if we were to stay under the current leadership, it would take this all the way. However, that's not going to be the case. That won't be the case. This current leadership is walking right into what you could say their own bear traps. That's what you could say. Through freedom, often through freedom, when any group, if they're not opposed, they're not balanced, and when they're not balanced, they always perform overreaching policies. And when that happens, the people begin to see what it really costs them. Right? They see beyond the rhetoric. Once it hits home, they're not gonna want them in power anymore. And there are too many things that are starting to trickle down to the people. People are starting to notice. That's causing a big loss of support for the current leadership, folks in leadership in many countries.
Yeah, this is happening, Mike. You know, it's not just the United States where we're seeing this overreach. And you know, everybody talks about Mar-a-Lago, but obviously these reaching into people's thermostats.
I had to say
87,000 new IRS agents to go after the American public. The hyperinflation we've been witnessing, the raising the interest rates, the shortages on the shelves, the spam, the push for spam, the taking away of the need, the limiting of goods and services. That's just America. But we're hearing that in Europe, it's going to be a cold dark.
I can hear the frequency.
You're in bad shape in Europe. Europe is in bad shape right now.
Everybody's blaming it on Putin, but this is bigger than Putin, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Well, you have these people all around the world. They have a lot of citizens right now. They are brainwashed, so to speak. They really are, and they are really overprotective of the earth, as though if somebody extracts oil, it's going to destroy the earth. That's not the case. But the USA, we were independent for a while. We're about to be independent again, but it's going to take some severe changes in order for that to take place. And I believe that under current leadership, they have, in just about every single country, things have gotten so far out of control that people will demand something different. Now, that sounds like a good thing, right? Unfortunately, I'm always reminded of the agenda of the man of perdition himself. Okay. People will like this guy. They're going to like this guy, right? Now, it was about 2009, 2010, 2011. A lot of people had a similar quote. They said that there was a person coming on the stage when the world had these just incredible problems. Nobody would be able to fix them. People would be Bible, they like this guy, right?
Yep.
They're fearful of him, but they like this guy. We sit at a place now where conditions are becoming almost, you can't rebound from what's happening right now. The money system, there's uncertainty in that, a lot of fear in that, a lot of fear in energy. There's a war over energy right now. People are no longer trusting one another through co-op banking. So you have the retract of many countries. They're putting their money back into their own countries. Again, trade has taken a big hit. U.S. retailers, there are a lot of manufacturers in the USA right now who have, over the last, 8 months, they have applied to be a manufacturer. And so they're trying to switch our supply chain from China and other countries back to the USA for some of the smaller products, which is why probably people don't see certain items on the shelf, merchandise-wise, that they normally have around holidays and these special things that they have. But through all of this, the people are beginning to notice that whatever they're doing is not working.
Yeah.
Right? They don't want it. In Russia, the Russians don't want the war. Contrary to what's being propagandized on television, the average individual in Russia does not see the justification behind the Ukrainian conflict. The Ukrainians, contrary to popular belief,
Prices.
the Ukrainians, there are many of them.
Yes, they're not filling
they
up
don't want it either.
people's gas bottles.
And that, but they were kind of some of those who, you're fighting people over there, yes.
They're
But
making
they
out
don't want it.
they
And
don't
you
have
leadership
enough
who, for
people
some
to
reason,
deliver.
it's almost like
That's a
they're
load
wrapped
of
up in their own
BS.
minds,
They're making
right?
that up,
Because
Tanya.
they faced no opposition.
They're doing that to control
we
the
get these-
people.
We have a
Create
Western-type
civil
leadership right now
unrest.
that's empowered quite a few people. But without leadership, that doesn't work. Somebody has to be the
Yeah,
guiding
prices.
voice of sustainability around this world, and that's kind of lost. We have a different
Yeah.
administration right now.
That's what they're going
And,
to do in England.
So,
That's
there's
just going
one
to check
individual up
if
there,
I can log
right,
into the bank.
her
Don't think I've got any
declaration
spare
of
cash in my
revenge
bank.
is causing
Very
USA
tired. I might have
is
to go back to
putting in
sleep
quite a few
again.
areas. There really is one person
Just happening to my brain all night.
that has spawned a lot of discord.
Every
Right?
time I
Because,
try and log into
all
this
kinds of
bank,
unification,
so it
certainly in the
just
USA,
locks
the rest
me.
of the world will follow.
So near
And if people would
monitoring,
take
you know.
note, when the USA is divided, the rest of the world falls apart. That's a true statement. And this is what we're seeing, right? Because we're not unified. But this one person, the clock is ticking. I'm taking that right now. So
My
upsets are
bloody
coming.
head is
The clock is
reverting.
ticking. But it won't have some sort of time we can get away from that. But we face some very difficult
do
situations.
you think that the Republican Party is going to take back the House and the Senate to take control of that part of the government?
I think the people, right? The people, they're beginning to suffer a little bit in ways they didn't expect to suffer. And I think through that suffering, they do not want a governance to be a specific way. I do not think they're going to voice their opinion, but they're losing. Many people are starting to lose confidence in from what was so polarized a while ago. Is losing its steam. One misstep in prosecutions, which will take place, people ought to get themselves ready for that, because there are no limits to the lengths these guys will go. Prosecutions are coming, but one misstep in those prosecutions, the entire thing is going to fall apart. Their entire projection is going to fall apart, and the people will begin to demand different type of leadership. Now, I'll tell you something else. We're in a very different time because the populace is becoming empowered. They're not getting weak, they're becoming empowered. They're not necessarily Christians, right? But they are becoming empowered. And believe it or not, if you get enough of them like that, there's going to be a bigger problem, right? A much bigger problem. And then they're going to have to do something about it. But I really do believe, because of this country and the Christians in this country, that the Lord He did exactly what He has done historically, which is this. When people are at war with one another and they want something out of a leader, God gives them exactly what they want to let them know it's not going to work that way. And so, because if you think about this, basketball, we go, people who are Democratic, they say, give us a Democrat. We get a Democrat, but nothing is really solved. Then they do the same thing with Republicans.
Yeah.
The problem is nobody stays in office long enough to complete anything, right? And then the next administration comes in and undoes the first. That's not progress.
No.
It's not progress at all. And so that's not working. You need some type of unification on the back end. I believe the Lord has shown us that our cries for a leader is not working. Right? A lot of Christians are catching on now. They're saying, well, Lord, just give us someone that you pick the next one, right? We don't want to do it. You do it. You pick the next one and guide us or lead us. And that type of submission is important because for a long time we were looking at people, not the Lord, but people. And that is that's a distraction for us. Satan is okay with it, right? He likes that kind of stuff.
Well, what you said earlier, you said that, and I believe it was Malachi Martin who said that when the world gets to the point that it has an insuperable problem, an impossible problem, the man will rise and will have the answer. And that will qualify in the eyes of the people globally that this man maybe should be in charge of the world. And he must have great charisma. He must have superpower some way, something, because he is intellectually and even spiritually, or some type of aurora about him. We know he's going to be demonically charged, but he is like a lamb, but act like a lamb.
Yeah.
Do you feel that this hour of the rise of the Antichrist, do you feel that this is, are we on the brink of it, or are there a cascading event?
Well, I do think there are certain things that must take place first, but I think we're on track, right? We're on track for that. Right now, people they're so polarized. I've never seen the world,
Right.
And it's so polarized as they are right now. I mean, they're stubbornly polarized. And it's not like there's always some sort of subject that can really touch your flesh and get you angry these days, right? So these next steps are going to be quite critical. And what the people have to face, it's going to become worse, Pastor Paul. There's some things forming. They're not really positive about it, but we have real problems. And it's almost like people are directed towards this propaganda people are putting out, and the problems of, for example, it's almost like nobody is talking about space right now, right? They talk about these new telescopes and everything. They're not telling us about some of the dangers that are out there. They're not preparing the populace to make them aware of what could potentially happen to their homes, right? Especially in the wintertime. In certain areas of the U.S. and Africa and Moscow, they're going to be in trouble too because they're like a big magnet towards falling debris. Mexico, places like that, the water is having superheated anomalies in the water in the North Atlantic right now. I know that Japan faces something, but we have a similar storm right now forming in the North Atlantic. A similar storm feeding off the same water temperatures, right? And it could, if it drifts south just a little, it's going to hit those superheated anomalies. The water is very hot right below it. If it hits that, it's going to be supercharged. Then the entirety of the East Coast in Florida is going to be under a severe threat because Florida's waters are incredibly hot around out there in that region. Incredibly hot. They've not been this hot in the Gulf. That's a bad area. Right to the west of Mexico, there's another anomaly, another low pressure system that has formed that's feeding off some of the hotter waters right there at the equatorial plain belt. Those water currents that are feeding up. And so we have some potential monsters forming. And that would be one of a few, because if this pattern continues, Japan's not going to be hit by that one. They're going to be hit by a few if this track continues. So
Planet X, or the arrival of it, or the passing by of our solar system, this binary system, are we going to see, and you say it, they're not talking about space right now. We're talking about
no.
know, about do we have to eat spam on Friday? You know, are we going to be able to heat our homes? And part of this is just propaganda, paranoia, to make everybody afraid and huddle down, which only makes it worse. Really, as Christians, we should not live in the spirit of this fear. We really should. We really should.
No.
God will absolutely see us through if we trust Him. But my question to you is: are we deliberately seeing this panic on Earth to keep us from looking up to see what's coming at us? Meteorites. Do you think that
it's working.
The fireballs?
It's working. We've had close quarters that nobody told us about. They boast about what they can see in space. They have these reports where they justify what they have sent into space and what good it's going to cause humanity. They're not telling anybody about or discussing the disruptions in the sun, right? We talked years ago that when these objects, this binary system gets close to the solar system again, it's going to start disrupting the sun. Well, the sun is clearly doing something it has not done before. Even NASA came out with a report they finally publicized saying that between now and 2030, we're going to experience some of the worst times with the sun we've ever experienced before, right? We have peer-reviewed topics concerning that very thing. There are more objects and bodies that have been found inside of the heliosphere that are very threatening. They could disrupt certain bodies within our solar system. These objects are already in the solar system, and they're going to be peer-reviewed. They're going to be replicated. They're going to be given out to.
You're saying there's more out there that within that even been telling us about?
Of course.
Coming our way?
Two specifically, which are quite they're quite massive, very massive, but they're inside of our system and they've never been discussed. And they're finally going to start discussing these two bodies. They're going to have no choice because people are going to begin to see some of the effects that these things are causing. They will even see those objects, right?
What?
They're going to be disruptions in our solar system by way of its some of the orbital patterns of the planets. Get ready for that situation, right? If people thought things were going to stay consistent like this, you know, that's just sorry for them. Things are going to change. The heavens have been held together, so to speak, kept in an order, right? There's no way randomly to special again all these things
Dropping everything now.
Maintain it. That's impossible.
Yeah.
So there's been intervention a lot, but if that's let go, right? Planets are going to do some weird things. Forces are building up right now on Mercury for no reason whatsoever. Probes are detecting anomalies coming from Mercury. It's only a matter of time before certain planets begin to skip their orbits. But we're going to have a mess in our solar system yet again.
So the forces. So these are part of that. Years ago, when the first product brought to us about 8 years ago about the 5 waves of energy. I'm hearing you say that now, besides the binary system, the outskirts of our solar system, that there's 2 other huge objects that are going to come into play. And it's going to affect all of the planets that's in our solar system, knocking some of the planets off its orbital paths. That is going to then, in turn, affect all kinds of things: comets, asteroids, meteorites, radiation. Different types of rays. The sun is exploding and melting. And Elon Musk came out this week, Mike, and said, look, the sun apocalypse is coming. The sun is going to eventually consume the earth.
He knows.
Yeah, he knows.
He knows. He has a photographic memory, and he sees classified reports, right? He gets classified briefings. Yeah. So he can remember everything on a piece of paper. Just think about that. So he doesn't forget. He can recall that information, and he absolutely knows. He knows. But by way of the money they're giving him for contracts and his task he has to perform for the U.S. and the world abroad, he doesn't say everything. But he's telling everybody in so many different ways that we are in trouble, and that trouble is not going away. It's not going away. People would deceive themselves to ever think that, things are going to be just great. are just going to come down. It's even, I believe, I know people, they know about the HARP system, the array system, which these are weather modification systems, but they do very little in regards to the weather. But our weather phenomena is almost exactly like it is on Mars. We even have issues with Mars and in certain windows to land craft on or to retrieve data from because of anomalies that are happening on Mars, because of wind patterns similar to Earth, right? Well, respectively, not exactly like Earth, but we have similar conditions because the sun, when the sun changes, so does everything it influences, right? So not only that, Venus is having the same issues. Jupiter is having the same issues. Now, all these planets are having the same issues as Earth, right? So that means something larger is affecting all of them, which is our sun. And our sun, in turn, is being affected by something external from itself. So here we are. We're getting closer to a time of massive disruption, massive chaos as far as celestial mechanics is concerned in objects in space. And it's going to be undeniable.
So they can only play this game and hide it from us for so long. At some point, it's so undeniable, people are going to demand answers. And but will they already have us locked down? Citizen containment?
I think personally, some of the heavier matters that we're dealing with right now, everybody subscribes to a food shortage, right? That's what I'm saying subscribe, because in truth, there's no reason we should have a food shortage. There's no reason. That's number one. Then we have all these energy concerns. So number two, there's no reason we should have energy concerns. None. There's no reason. All these wild ideas, it's almost like it's propagandized to draw people's attention to some sort of a conflicted matter on Earth, so they never look anywhere else. They're stuck. When you start messing with a person's table, right, whether it be contrived or not, that's a serious matter because people have to feed their children. Okay, that causes issues. But people are focused on this, and they're also focused on those who propose to solve this. So that's all they're seeing right now, right? Yeah. It's almost like the adage: if we had a 8.4 earthquake in the next 72 hours, everybody would find out about they look at this earthquake, the oohs and ahs and the speculation and all this, that, and the other would come about, and all the experts would come and say what that means. But then about 2 weeks later, no one would talk about the earthquake, right? No one. Why? Because right now, we are so information hungry that when something happens, everybody focuses on the new thing. Right? And it's almost like it charges people up to get that info. But then when it dies, they start drifting off looking at everything else again. Well, they know this. And so what they do is they keep people occupied with problem after problem. We talked one day, Pascal, right before the Ukrainian,
They're talking in my lungs.
And I think I stated that when one incident no longer draws the attention of the populace, something happens nobody ever expected, right? And then here we have the Ukrainian war. Everybody started looking at the Ukrainian war, right? That held people's attention for a moment or two. Yeah. But if you think about it right now, it's not holding the attention of people. The attention of people is back on, they're back on the topics now. They kind of talk back and forth despite, based on.
I'm just playing the audio.
If everybody loses that attraction to this Ukrainian problem, if it starts going down too much and they can track this through social media.
It's called Mike around the world.
It's giving them an avenue.
About the comets.
It's just unbelievable.
And the skies.
Right
and all
now.
this unrest.
When people begin to not talk about the Ukraine enough, they're not polarized and divide and have arguments, and it does not.
In case you're wondering, Tanya.
Get ready for something else. It'll be just like clockwork. People's attention is going to be drawn to some type happening on the earth, contrived or not. These things will take place. The unbelievable will take place.
Yeah, and we're going to come back to this Planet X, this dark winter. This events on the earth is creating a lot of instability.
Reference Planet X. Skies. Everything's linked.
was someone in the coffin, and there was the stone steps.
Yeah.
This week, of course, Mikhail Gorbachev, at the age of 91, passes away. He was the Russian leader that took down the wall. He tore down that wall like Reagan told him to, but Putin was right there, and he didn't like it. We've seen Putin rise up, and really isn't going to say anything negative about Gorbachev, but in his heart, but his actions and his policies are bringing Russia back to the old Mother Russia ways. My question is, I'm not saying is Gorbachev the one in the coffin. I don't think it is. We have another person, the Queen of England, 70 years on the throne. Her death would stop the world, wouldn't it? And people would stop and say, now what? Because we don't know if Charles is going to take his place or if it's going to be William, and there's a lot of talk about the bloodline and all of that. What your thoughts? I mean, could the Queen be the individual that could be in the coffin? And is this coming?
This person's passing in the coffin is premature. It's premature. It's an upset. It's an upset. If the Queen were in a coffin, that's expected. She's been there for a long time, right? Gorbachev, same thing. He's been there for a long time. This person, it's
Unexpected.
You know, it's going to have some sort of. There's going to be speculation behind it, right? It's going to be an upset because it will change things, specifically in the USA, and that's one of the biggest things. But again, I've never seen that before. There's going to be somebody of importance, but it will be unexpected. It'll be it's going to make a difference in people's minds. It's not going to be good.
It's somebody that was not supposed to die, maybe, and their death is going to be shocking. It's going to stop time, basically. Everything's going to stop and come to a halt, and it's
going to cause a lot of hatred too. It's going to cause hatred because it's just going to make a difference that way. It's not going to be good. It's going to make a difference. It's going to cause some hatred.
Have you had any more dreams on this?
No, not like that. No, that one still stands.
Has the Lord ever brought anything else to you about that dream? Any other?
Yeah, yes, He has around that event. I'll be honest with you. I don't like that. That one. I don't like that. I'll tell you why I don't like that one, because I don't like violence. But every day I see the potential rising within people. More and more things are happening around the world that are just, vile. They're just vile. More and more people are becoming vile in their what they do, and so it looks like the conditions that surround it, in that dream that surrounded that, are happening. Even the stone steps, everything is starting to it's starting to go right in that direction. But that's going to be very upsetting also. That really sparked the hatred and violence of crowds, and nothing was the same after that. Nothing. The coffin just makes it worse. And these events cause a shift. According to what I saw, they cause a shift in governance itself. They cause an entire shift. And it's not that people will like it, right? Because I'll tell you something. Things will seem to stabilize for a small season, but people shouldn't be fooled. In that small season, hopefully they get their lives right. They really anchor themselves in their faith, because they will need everything the Lord has taught them through experience, through trials and tribulations. They're going to need everything. Everything's going to be required of them, according to whatever the Lord gave them, because times will become quite trying. Now, as a Christian, I believe this. I believe that we'll see it, yes, because we see a lot of things. Some of the Christians who have been foretold that they're going to be in the middle of it, well, they're going to experience some things. Yeah. Everybody's not meant to be a martyr, though. No, I think people mix that up. If all the martyrs were told they were going to be a martyr, they were shown what they would have to go through, right? Some of the Christians out there today, they've had certain dreams or intuitions of what they have to go through. But God will always let them know, but everybody is not meant for that. And if people are not careful, they're going to become fearful, like they're going to be instantly beheaded or something like that. It didn't work like that. It didn't work that way. Thousands of Christians are going to leave in the next 5 minutes, according to statistics, and how people, pass away. They're just not going to be here. Tomorrow's not promised to any of us. But these times will come. We'll see them. And we got to be careful to stay the course in faith,
So in
because
other
what we
words,
see is going to disturb us internally.
so this dream you received and you had other confirmations on is also follows the biblical narrative. I know when God gives me a dream, and again, every dream you have, folks, is specifically a dream from the Lord. It could be because you've had too much on your mind when you went to bed, or maybe you had bad pizza. We all have had those. But when you get a dream from the Lord, when you get one and you know it's from God, you don't have to ask anybody. You know it, right? You wake up. And Mike, this is what you're feeling. This one right here, the stone steps, the coffin, the change of the atmosphere of the populace and the attitude and the reaction of people. But the thing is, it also is confirmed in the Bible. It's like, oh my, if that happens, that's what the Bible said would happen, And I've seen that before when God gives special revelation to individuals. When I mean by that, a dream like that magnitude is a unique revelation from God to you. But I think it was also given not only to you, but to give it to large amounts of people to hear. We've been talking about it some. I'm not going to ask you who's in the coffin. I just know that whoever it is or whatever it is, it's going to be shocking. That's what you're saying. And it's going to affect things. It's going to put different things in motion, which the Bible says that happens. That's going to happen in these end times. But the church still has to be victorious by not falling forever. We can't just fall for it. Just because a wave goes one way, we don't have to go with it. Christians are going to take the bait. Are you concerned about Christians taking the bait?
I'm always concerned, because, you see it in small places now. For example, more policies are going to be shoved through, right? Through these policies.
Yeah.
It's going to strengthen. I guess you could say it's going to strengthen the communists in a weird way. I guess you could say that. Wow. That's the only end result I see to that. And we all know that China is positioning itself to do what it must do. That they are highly emboldened. They're not backing down. In fact, they have positioned even more pieces today. They have made certain declarations and preparations that if a contingency is required of them, they're ready to act. We, on the other hand, have become we can't. It's almost like we're dropping the ball. I hate to say that. It's just it's not good, right? Yeah. It's not good for us to be in this position. But you have China, who's been emboldened. They are openly talking to Putin in Iran, right? You have Israel backed into a corner. You have Iraq, who is soon to change their alliances. You have Dubai, which is building up. These folks are building a fortress of fortresses, and they are compiling everything in that place. But Saudi Arabia again is in one of those positions where they are going to have to fight or fold. I personally do think that they're going to be absorbed by a different type of ideology, which could potentially come from.
I'm in bed too.
Whichever one's
yeah, me
the Vatican
too.
is withdrawn.
A lot of people are not well again.
Important assets from
Exactly.
all over the world.
What's your thoughts on
They
that?
have to.
Radio.
Well, because they know what's coming. Before anything happens, right? Before any war, before anything ever happens, if you notice, the Vatican makes the move around the world, and then something breaks out. Nothing breaks out before the Vatican makes its moves around. You'll always have conversation, discussion, this, that, and the other. There are careful plans within plans with these leaders, but that's the way it operates. And the Vatican, for the Vatican to withdraw assets, people's assets means he's going to protect those assets.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Which also, that's almost a dead giveaway. That the Middle Eastern world is really rising. It's rising, Pastor Paul.
Wow.
Because that is the only element that is a true threat to the finances of the Vatican.
Time out. So you're saying the rise of the Middle East, the power, the what I call this vortex of evil in the Middle East, is the only thing that can cause the Vatican to withdraw, to pull back.
Yeah, that's right.
That's interesting. Can you Can you get into that and tell us why?
Well, I said, no, it's not China. It's not going to be China. It's not
Yeah.
going to be Russia. It's not going to be any of those folks because of the world's protection, right? But the Middle East is an untamed element. The world cannot control the Middle East. And every single time anybody has ever tried, they have failed and failed miserably, right? So the Vatican is going to have to mediate between two types of Muslims, you're sure, because it is very polarized, right? In Iran, for example, there are protests that are happening in Iran. They can't even lock up the folks they want to lock up because of the protests that are happening in Iran.
Yeah.
You're dealing with a faith-type leadership, kind of like Babylon. Babylon, the Babylonian king, King Nebuchadnezzar, those kings of old, they not only ruled the kingdom, but they ruled the faith, just like Iran. Iran says, you know, everybody can have their own religion, this, that, and the other, but make no mistake, there are people jailed because of what they believe in. But the Iranian people are rebelling against their governments. They want something else. And they're going to have to make a move pretty quick. Their loyalists are gaining strength from this. Their own army is ready to march for their own people, right? And this is happening in Iran. All the while, Europe is falling apart all by itself. The people are also protesting in Europe because they suspect they're going to face a terrible winter. People are hungry, being evicted. Right now, the eviction rate is incredibly high. There are people on the streets in Europe. Thought I'd never see them, but they are. And so you have all these activities, right? The Vatican is going to safeguard the Vatican for the sake of those who belong to the church. They're not going to fall apart, but they will stand as mediators for the two who will have to work something out. And that comes from the Middle East. And the Middle East is rising. Wealth-wise, it's rising. This debacle in Russia has really enriched the Middle East beyond belief. They're not going to share the numbers, but the Middle East, the money count in the Middle East has gone way up there. I mean, way up there.
So what I'm
They
hearing
can
you
buy
say,
anything they want to buy.
okay, so you made a statement earlier in the show. You said Israel has been backed in a corner, and the Vatican is pulling back, grabbing its resources and pulling itself back. And that's why so what I'm hearing you say, the Vatican, of course, represents the Christian world. And the nation of Israel would represent the Jewish world, or Judaism, Christianity, Judaism. So are you saying that the Middle East is the rise of the Islamic world? We're already seeing, and that could become even more powerful. Not China. I keep hearing you say, not China, not China. But watch what's happening in Dubai. Watch what's happening in Iran. Watch what happens to Saudi Arabia in this battle between Shiites and Sunnis. Is this a big part of the prophecy of the rise of the Antichrist and some of these things? You see that?
Yeah, you know what? These factions in the Middle East too. It's really broken down into about 4 or 5 different types because they have these subdivisions of their religion, but they've been absorbed, Pastor Paul. Half of them have been overrun already, and so it's being set into 2 sides, of which the Vatican is highly aware. Right? That topic disturbs Rome. It does, and so they know they're going to have to mediate. Well, in the meanwhile, we have some pretty advanced weapons that have been moved into the Middle East that in my opinion, should never be there, right? Because if you get,
why are we doing that for?
Well, through trade, through scientific advancement for the world, right? You're always going to have certain pieces of equipment that go all around the world. It has nothing to do with war, anything else, but those same components can be used for wartime, weaponry. And so, with that type of those shipments going all over the place, here we have.
You sound good. I give you a little more volume down here. For me, just personally, to broadcast the sound on the air. Good to go. Yep, great, Mike. Sounds great. Mike, great to have you tonight. How you doing?
We have a lot of work coming from Mike.
Is spread betting right for me? Get more flexibility. Benefits from
What?
tax.
Oh, God. No gas bottles for cooking. Running out soon. So is it all going to be electric? I knew it. Okay, Kenya. Look into this subject. You know this already, I think. Again, for 21. They want everyone to be on electricity. Rely on electricity. I get plus 30. I feel way too tired awake, and I'm sorry to hear that, Tanya. Me too. The draining of energy.
Is it designed? Sure it is. Sure it is. And if we were to stay under the current leadership, it would take this all the way. However, that's not going to be the case. This current leadership
UK.
is walking right into what you could say their own bear traps. That's what you could say. Through freedom, often through freedom, when any groups, if they're not opposed, they're not balanced, and when they're not balanced, they always form region policies. And when that happens, the people begin to see what it really costs them, right? They see beyond the rhetoric. Once they hit the moon, they're not going to want them in power anymore. There are too many things that are starting to trickle down to the people. People are starting to notice. That's causing a big loss of support for the current leadership, folks in leadership in many countries.
Is all the frequencies affecting the body?
That's just America. We're hearing that in Europe, it's been
No match in Europe. Europe is a match right now.
everybody's this is bigger.
Yeah, it is. Well, you have these people all around the world. They have a lot of citizens right now. They are brainwashed, so to speak. They really are, and they are really protective of the earth, as though if somebody extracts oil, it's going to destroy the earth. That's not the case. But USA, we were independent for a while. We're about to be independent again, but it's going to take some severe changes in order for that to take place. I believe that under current leadership, they have, in just about every single country, things have gotten so far out of control that people will demand something different. Now, that sounds like a good thing, right? But unfortunately, I'm always reminded of the agenda of the plan of perdition himself. People like this guy. They're going to like this guy, right? Now, it was about 2009, 2010, 2011. A lot of people had a similar quote. They said that there was a person coming on the stage when the world had these just incredible problems. Nobody would be able to fix it. People would be place now where conditions are becoming almost, you can't rebound from what's happening. The money system, there's uncertainty in that, a lot of fear in that, a lot of fear in the energy. There's a war over energy right now. People are no longer trusting one another through banking. So you have a retract of many countries putting their money back into their own countries. Again, trade as they can be hit. U.S. retail. There are a lot of manufacturers in the USA right now who have, for the last 8 months, they have applied to be a manufacturer. And so they're trying to switch our supply chain from China and other countries back to the USA for some of the smaller products, which is why probably people don't see certain items on the shelf, merchandise-wise, that they only have around holidays and these special things that they have. But through all of this, the people are beginning to notice that whatever they're doing is not working, right? They don't like. In Russia, the Russians don't want the war. And contrary to what's being propagandized on television, the average individual in Russia doesn't see the justification behind the Ukrainian conflict. The Ukrainians, the country popularly,
Prices.
there are many of them.
Yes, they're not doing up people's passports.
And that, but they were kind of some of those who they are fighting people.
They're making out they don't have enough people to do that. That's a load of BS. They're making it up, aren't they? They're doing that to control the people. Create civil unrest. Yeah, prices. Yeah, that's what they're going to do in England. That's just going to check from every time I try and log into this bank, it just stops. When you're in monitoring,
because we're not unified, but this one person, I can tell you that right now, so but we won't have some sort of, kind of get away from that, but we face some very good situations. I think the people, right, they're beginning to suffer a little bit in ways they didn't expect to suffer. And I think through that suffering, they do not want the governance to be a specific way. I do not think they're going to voice their opinion, but they're losing, many people are starting to lose confidence in from what was so polarized a while ago. Is losing its steam. One misstep in prosecution, which will take place. People ought to get themselves ready for that. Because there are no limits to the lengths of these kinds of prosecutions. But one misstep in those prosecutions, and the entire thing is going to fall apart. Their entire projection is going to fall apart. And the people will begin to think different type of leadership. Now, I'll tell you something else. We're in a very different time because the populace is becoming in power. They're not getting weak, they're becoming in power. They're not necessarily Christians, right? But they are becoming empowered. And we've not enough of them like that. There's going to be a bigger problem, right? A much bigger problem. And then they're going to have to do something. But I really do believe, because of this country and the Christians in this country, that the Lord He did exactly what He has done historically, which is this. When people are more with one another, and they want something out of a leader, God gives them exactly what they want to let them know it's not going to work that way. And so, because if you think about this past moment, we go, people who are Democratic, they say, give us a Democrat. They get a Democrat, but nothing is really solved. then they do the same thing with Republicans. The problem is nobody stays in office long enough to complete anything, right? And then the next administration comes in and does the first. That's not progress. It's not progress at all. And so that's not working. You need some type of unification on the back end. I believe the Lord has shown us that our cries for a leader is not working. Right? A lot of Christians are catching on now. They're saying, well, Lord, just give us someone that's going to take the next one, right? You don't want to do it, you do it. You pick the next one. And God is for leaders. And that type of submission is important. Because for a long time, we were looking at people, not the Lord, but people. And that is it's a distraction for us. Satan is okay with it, right? He likes that kind of stuff.
Well, you know, you said earlier, you said that, I believe it was Alan Eckhart who said that when the world gets to the point as a super possible problem, and analyze what is, and that's you must have great knowledge. You must have superpowers. Because intellectually and even spiritually, or sometimes more about those people on the chart. Feel the distance, this hour from the rise of feel I'll be able to bring them in, or are there a yes?
Well, I do think there are certain things that must take place first, but I think we're on track, right? We're on track for that. Right now, people, they're so polarized. I've never seen the world and it's so polarized as they are right now. I mean, they're stubbornly polarized. And it's not like there's always some sort of something that can really touch your flesh and get you these days, right? So these next steps are going to be quite critical. And there are a lot of people have to face. It's going to become worse. There's some things they're not really talking about it, but we have problems, real problems. And it's almost like people are directed towards this propaganda people are putting out and the problems. For example, it's almost like nobody's talking about space right now, right? So some of cause humanity. I'm not telling anybody about or discussing the disruptions in the sun, right? We talked years ago that when these objects, this binary system gets close to the copper system, it's going to start disrupting the sun. Well, the sun is clearly doing something it has not done before. Even NASA came out with a report and finally publicized saying that by 2000, between now and 2030, we're going to experience some of the worst times of the sun we've ever experienced. Right? We have peer-reviewed topics concerning that very thing. There are more objects and bodies that have been found inside of the helium that are very threatening. They could disrupt certain bodies within our solar system. These objects are already in the solar system, and they're going to be peer-reviewed. They're going to be replicated. They're going to be given out to you. You say there's more out there than we did that even tell us about this. Of course. Two specifically, which are they're quite massive, very massive, but they're inside of our system, and they've never been discussed. And they're finally going to start discussing these two bodies. They're going to have no choice because people are going to begin to see some of the effects that these things are causing. They will even see those objects, right? They're going to be disruptions in our solar system by way of some of the powerful patterns of the planets. Get ready for that, right? If people thought things would stay consistent like this, that's just sorry for them. Things are going to change. The heavens have been held together, so to speak, kept in an order, right? There's no way around them.
Dropping everything now.
That is going to then, in turn, affect all kinds of things: comets, asteroids, meteorites, radiation, different types of rays, suns exploding and melting. Elon Musk came out this week, Mike, and said, "Look, the sun apocalypse is coming. The sun is going to eventually."
He knows.
Here.
He knows.
Yeah, he knows.
He knows. He has a photographic memory, and he sees classified reports, right? He has classified operations, so he can remember everything on a piece of paper. Just think about that. So he doesn't forget it. He recalls that information, and he absolutely knows. He knows. But by way of the money they're giving him for contracts and his task, he is a performer for the U.S. and the world abroad. He doesn't say everything, but he's telling everybody in so many different ways that we are in trouble. And that trouble is not going on. It's not going on. People would deceive themselves. They ever think the whole thing is going to be just great. They're just going to calm down. It's even, I can believe other people. They know about the heart system or the array system, which these are weather modification systems, but they do very little in regards to the weather. But our weather phenomena is almost exactly like it is on Mars. We even have issues with Mars and certain windows to land craft on or to retrieve data from because of anomalies that are happening on Mars because of wind patterns similar to Earth, right? Well, respectively, not exactly like Earth, but similar conditions because the sun, when the sun changes, so does everything it influences. Right? So not only that, Venus is having the same issues. Jupiter is having the same issues. Now, all these planets are having the same issues as Earth, right? So that means something larger is affecting all of them, which is our sun. And our sun, in turn, is being affected by something external from itself. So here we are, we're getting closer to a time of massive disruption, massive chaos as far as celestial mechanics is concerned in objects in space. And it's going to be undeniable. Undeniable. So they can only play this game and hide it for so long. At some point, it's so undeniable, people are going to demand answers. And will they already have us locked down? Citizen containment? I think personally, some of the heavier matters that we're dealing with right now, everybody subscribes to a food shortage. That's what I'm saying subscribe, because in truth, there's no reason we should have a food shortage. There's no reason. That's number one. Then we have all these energy concerns. So number two, there's no reason we should have energy concerns. None. There's no reason. All these wild ideas, it's almost like it's propagandized to draw people's attention to some sort of a conflicting matter on Earth, so they never look anywhere else. They're stuck. When you start messing with a person's table, right, whether it be contrived or not, it's a serious matter because people have to feed their children, and that causes issues. But people are focused on this, and they're also focused on those who propose to solve this. So that's all they're seeing right now. Right? It's almost like the adage: if we had a 8.4 earthquake in the next 72 hours, everybody would find out about they look at this earthquake, the moves and ahs and the speculation and all this, that, and the other would come about, and all the experts would come and say what that means. But then about 2 weeks later, no one would talk about the earthquake. Right? No one. Why? Because right now, we are so information hungry that when something happens, everybody focuses on the new thing. Right? It's almost like charges people up with that info. But then when it dies, they start drifting off looking at everything else again. Well, they know this. And so what they do is they keep people occupied with problem after problem. We talked one day, right before the Ukrainian fight for in my life. I think I stated that when one incident no longer draws the attention of the populace, something happens nobody ever expected, right? And then here we have the Ukrainian war. Everybody started looking at the Ukrainian war, right? That held people's attention for a moment or two. But if you think about it right now, it's not holding the attention of people. The attention of people is back on, they're back on the topics now. And they kind of talk back and forth, based on.
I'll just play the audio. It's got mics around the world, like the comments, and the skies, and all this other. In case you're wondering, can you?
People's attention is going to be drawn to something happening on the earth and trying to look. These things will take place. The unbelievable will take place. And
Reference Planet X, skies, everything's linked.
we have another person, 70 years on this world. Would stop the world. People would
stop this thing. Now what? Because you know Charles is taking his place. There's a lot of talk about the black poverty and all of that. Your thoughts? I mean, could the Queen be the individual?
This person's passing in the coffin is premature. It's premature. It's an upset. It's an upset. If the Queen were in a coffin, that's expected. She's been there for a long time, right? Pope Charles, same thing. He's been there for a long time. This person, it's unexpected. You know, it's going to have some sort of. There's going to be speculation behind it, right? It's going to be an upset because it will change things, typically in the USA. And that's one of the biggest things that's again, I've never seen that before. There's going to be somebody of importance. It will be unexpected. It's going to make a difference in the people's lives. It's not going to be
somebody that was not supposed to die. Maybe, and their death stopped. Stop time, basically. Stop.
It's going to cause a lot of hatred too. It's going to cause hatred because it's just going to make a difference now. It's not going to be good. It's going to make a difference. It's going to cause. Have
you had any more dreams on this?
No, not like that. No, that one still stands. That was. Yes, he has around that event. I'll be honest with you. I don't like that. That one, I don't like them. I'll tell you why I don't like that one, because I don't like violence. But every day I see the potential rising within people. More things are happening around the world that are just fine. They're just fine. More people are going live in their what they do. And so it looks like the conditions that surround it in that green that surrounded that are happening, even the stone steps. Everything is starting to start to right in that direction. But that's going to be very upsetting also. That really sparked the hatred and violence of crowds. Nothing was the same. Nothing. It often just makes it worse. And these events cause a shift, according to what I saw, it caused a shift in governments itself. It caused an entire shift. It's not that people will like it, right? Because I'll tell you something. Things will seem to stabilize for small season, but people shouldn't be fooled. And that small season, once they get their lives right, they really anchor themselves in their faith, because they won't need everything God is talking through experience, through trials and tribulations. They're going to need everything. Everything's going to be required. But then, according to whatever the Lord did, because times will become like time. Now, as a Christian, I believe this. I believe that we'll see it, yes, because we see a lot of things. Some of the Christians who have been foretold that they're going to be in the middle of it, well, they're going to experience some things. Everybody's not meant to be a martyr. I think people mix that up. If all the martyrs were told they were going to be martyrs, they were shown what they would have to go through, right? Some of the Christians out there, they've had certain dreams, certain visions of what they have to do. But God will always let them know, but everybody is not meant for it. And if people are not careful, they're going to become fearful, like they're going to be instantly beheaded or something like that. It won't work that way. Thousands of Christians are going to leave in the next 5 minutes, according to statistics, and how people, pass away. They're just not going to be here. Tomorrow's not promised to any of us. But these times will come, we'll see them. And we got to be careful to stay the course of the faith, because what we see is going to disturb us internally.
So this dream that you received that you have confirmation from is also follows the biblical narrative. And I know about his dream. Again, every dream you have, folks, is specific dream. And you just have too much on your mind, and get that. We all have those. You get a dream from the Lord. You get one, and you know it's from God. You don't have to ask him. You know it right away. This is what you're feeling. This one right here. Stone steps from change of the atmosphere of the populace and attitude and reaction of people. But the thing is, it also is confirmed by. It's like, oh my, that happens. That's what the Bible said. And I've seen that before. God gives special revelation. Individuals, even a dream like that magnitude is a revelation from God. But I think it was also given probably to give it to large amounts of people here. We were talking about it some. I just know that whatever it is, or whatever it is, it's going to be shocking. That's what you're saying, and it's going to affect things. It's going to put different things in motion, which the Bible says that happens. That's going to happen in these end times. The church still has to be victorious by not falling for it. We can't just fall for it. Just because a wave goes one way, we don't have to go with it. Christians are going to take the bait. Are you concerned about Christians taking the bait?
I'm always concerned because you see it in small places now. For example, more policies going to be shoved through, right? Through these policies, it's going to strengthen. I guess you could say it's going to strengthen the communists in here. I guess you could say it's the only result of this. And we all know that China is positioning itself to do it. They are highly involved. They're not backing down. In fact, they have positioned even more pieces. They've made certain declarations and preparations that if a contingency is required of them, they're ready to act. We, on the other hand, have become we can't. It's almost like we're dropping the ball. I hate to say that. It's just it's not good, right? It's not good for us to be in this position. But you have China who's been involved. They are openly talking in Iran, right? You have Israel back into war. You have Iraq, who is soon to change their alliances. You have Dubai, which is building up. These folks are building a fortress of fortresses, and they are compiling everything in that place. But Saudi Arabia again is in one of those positions where they are going to have to fight or fold. I personally do think that they're going to be absorbed by a different type of ideology, which could potentially come from.
That too. Yeah, me too. A lot of people are not worried about
assets.
exactly.
What's your thoughts on it? Have to.
Radio.
Because they know what's coming. Before anything happens, right? Before anything ever happens, if you notice, the Vatican makes the move around the world, and then something breaks out. Nothing breaks out before the Vatican makes it. They'll always have conversation, discussion, this, that. There are careful plans within plans with these leaders, but that's the way it operates. And the Vatican, for the Vatican to withdraw policies, people's assets, he's going to protect those assets, right? Which also, that's almost a giveaway that the Middle Eastern world is really rising. It's rising, because that is the only element that is a true threat to the finances of the bank. Time out. So you're saying the rise of the Middle East, the power, what I call this vortex of evil in the Middle East, is the only thing that caused the Vatican to withdraw, pull back. That's interesting. Can you get into that? Well, as you know, it's not China. It's not going to be China. It's not going to be Russia. It's not going to be any of those folks because of the world's protection, right? But the Middle East is an untamed element. The world cannot control the Middle East. And every single time anybody has ever tried, they have failed miserably, right? So the Vatican is going to have to mediate between two types of Muslims, you're sure, because it is very polarized, right? In Iran, for example, there are protests that are happening in Iran. They can't even lock up the folks they want to lock up because of the protests that are happening in Iran. You're dealing with a faith-type leadership, a guy like Babylon, the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar. Those kings of old, they not only ruled the kingdom, they ruled just like Iran. Iran says, everybody can have their own religion, this and that, but make no mistake, there are people in faith governments, they want something else. And they're going to have to make a move pretty quick. The loyalists are gaining strength from this. Their own army is ready to march for their own people, right? And this is happening in Iran. All the while, Europe is falling apart all by itself. And people are also protesting in Europe. Because they suspect they're going to face a terrible winter. People are hungry, being evicted. Right now, the eviction rate is incredibly high. There are people on the streets in Europe. Thought I'd never see them. And so we have all these activities. Right? The Vatican is going to safeguard the Vatican for the sake of those who belong to the church. They're not going to fall apart, but they will stand as mediators for the two who will have to work something out. And that comes from the Middle East. And the Middle East is rising. Wealth-wise, it's rising. This debacle in Russia has really enriched the Middle East beyond belief. They're not going to share the numbers, but the Middle East, the money count in the Middle East has gone way up there. I mean, way up. So what they can buy anything they want to buy.
Okay, so you made a statement earlier, you said Israel has been back in the water, and the Vatican is pulling back, grabbing its resources and pulling itself back, and that's why I'm hearing you say the Vatican, of course, represents the Christian world, and the nation of Israel would represent the Jewish world, or Judaism, Christianity, Judaism. So are you saying the Middle East is the rise of the Islamic world? We're already seeing, and that could become even more powerful. Not China. I can't say not China. Not China. Watch what's happening in Dubai. Watch what's happening in Iran. Watch what happens to Saudi Arabia. And this battle between Shiites and Sunnis, is this a big part of the prophecy of the rise of the Antichrist and some of these things you see?
Yeah, you know what? These factions in the Middle East too, it's really broken out in about 4 or 5 different times because they have subdivisions of their religion, but they've been absorbed. Half of them have been overrun already, and so it's being set into two sides, of which the Vatican is highly open. Right? That topic disturbs Rome. It does, and so they know they're going to have to meet. Well, in the meanwhile, we have some pretty advanced weapons that have been moved into the Middle East that in my opinion, should never be there, right? Because if you get well, through trade, through scientific advancement for the world, right? You're always going to have certain pieces of equipment all around the world. It has nothing to do with war, anything else. But those same components can be used for wartime weaponry. And so with that type of those shipments going all over the place, here we have
flexibility, and benefit from tax cut.
No gas bottle for cooking when announcing. So is it all going to be electric? Okay, Kanya. Look into this subject. Know this already, I think. Again, for people they want everyone to be on electricity. We're on electricity. I feel way too tired awake and I'm sorry to hear that, Tanya. Me too. Draining of energy. Because it's all the frequencies affecting the body.
Very massive, but they're inside of our system. They've never been discussed. They're finally going to start discussing these two bodies. They're going to have no choice at present. People are in the sea, some of the effects of these things will cause they won't even see those objects, right? They're going to be disrupting our solar system by waves, some of the planets. People thought things would stay consistent like this. There's just things are going to keep because they've been building up so means. But then 2 weeks later, no one will walk around here. Right? No one. Why? Because we have right now we are so information that when something happens, you focus on the new thing. Right? It's almost like trying to keep up with the image. But then when they start tripping on everything else. Well, they know this. And so because they keep people occupied with the problem, that's a problem. We don't want that's what we're talking about. I'm just playing the audio. It's got micro on the left. I can't everything's linked. Your thoughts are complete. This person's passing in the coffin is premature. It's premature. It's an upset. It's an upset. If the queen were in a coffin, that's expected. She's going to get home. Right? Or Charles, same thing. It's been this person. It's going to have some sort of, there's going to be speculation around this place and be upset because it will change things typically in the upset. And that's one of the biggest things is but again, I've never seen that before. There's going to be somebody up in the it's going to make a difference in the people's front. It's not going to be like it's going to cause a lot of hatred. It's going to cause hatred because it's just going to make a difference. It's not going to be good. It's going to make a difference. That one still stands. Yes. Around that already. I'll be honest with you. I don't like that. I don't like that. I'll tell you what I don't like that because I don't like
Oh yeah, I've been painting in my house. And you?
and so it looks like
Yeah,
everything
yeah.
is starting to take it, start to bring that direction. That's going to be very upsetting also. They're really smart behavior. Looking was the same. Just placing words. And even these events cause a shift. Part of the soul that wants to shift moved up its scope. It causes an entire shift. It's not viewing a life. Right? Because I'll tell you something. Being seen stabilize. Small season. Small season. People shouldn't be fooled. And that small season, they can go on and try and really unpick themselves when they're faithful. Because they don't need to be feeling for experience. Trials, tribulations. They're going to need everything. Everything's going to be fun. Because times will become like fine. Now, as a Christian, I mean, there's how many of them will see it, and some of us will see a lot of things. Some of the Christians who are going to be in the middle of it while they're going to experience some things. Everybody's not going to be martyred. I think people makes that up. If all the martyrs were told them, they were shown what they were doing. Some of the Christians out there, they've had certain criminals or Christians. But not always. Everybody's not right. If people are not careful, they can become fearful like that. And so you can get there. Somebody can be more like thousands of Christians are going to leave in the next 5 minutes according to statistics. There's not going to be here. God's not promised to anyone. But these times will come and see them. And we got to be careful and stay the course of faith. Because what we see is going to disturb us and kill us. So this thing you can see
Yeah.
reaction. And the thing is, it also is it's like, oh my, that happens. And I see that before I get special revelation. It was even a trademark that is in revelation. I think it's also talking about stuff.
implement that too. And I don't think nobody can. What's this 45p? That's it.
I feel way too tired because I'm sorry that Tanya me to training up. Thank you.
Stevenson, MP, Chairman of the Conservative.
Good afternoon. Today marks the culmination of the Conservative leadership election. It's been a huge honour to be co-chairman of our party, working alongside Ben Elliott. And I'm hugely proud of the way everyone has worked together to deliver this contest, which has shown the Conservative Party to be a good voice and good strength. We've held 12 regional listings, the length and breadth of the United Kingdom, attended by 2,000 party members. It's been a long campaign. 20,000 party members and watched online by over 2.9 million members. The members' hustings involved our two fantastic candidates, undergoing 14 hours of questioning and taking more than 600 questions.
And that's in promise.
In addition to the multiple hustings and the media interviews. This concluded last Wednesday with a fantastic event at the Wembley Arena, attended by 6,000 party members. I'd like to pay tribute to Darren Lott and the dedicated team at CCHQ for running membership ballot. Returning officer throughout the process. But most of all, I'd like to thank our party members who've undertaken the solemn duty of choosing our next leader and our next Prime Minister. Our members have engaged constructively, positively and thoughtfully in the process, whilst also keeping busy getting our message out across the United Kingdom, something I've seen at the 87 constituency associations I've campaigned with in the last few weeks. Finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to say a huge thank you to our outgoing leader and Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. Brexit, through the pandemic, and now through the war in Ukraine, was never going to be easy. Time and again, he rose to the challenge and delivered for our country. It is now essential that we come together as a party and unite behind our new leader and our new leader. Our new Prime Minister will build the Prime Minister's legacy and continue to deliver prosperity, opportunity and security for everyone. So with no further ado, we please warmly welcome our two fantastic candidates, Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. To announce the results of our leadership election, please welcome our returning officer, Sir Graham Reid.
Thank you, Andrew. Good afternoon.
Ladies
everybody.
and gentlemen,
on
to
the
announce
7th
the
of July,
results of our leadership
Prime
election,
Minister announced
please
his
welcome
resignation
our returning
from our
officer,
party.
Sir Graham Brady.
The 1922 committee then organised. Thank you, Andrew. Good afternoon, everybody. On the 7th of July, the Prime Minister announced his resignation as leader of our party. The 1922 committee then organised five ballots over an 8-day period, over an 8-day the part of the leadership election, which we have responsibility to do, and putting forward including the candidates to the National Convention, CCHQ, the programme of districts all over the United Kingdom, and the ballot, putting forward is now the candidates to the National Convention, CCHQ, the party, the programme CCHQ all over the United Kingdom, and the ballot to ensure that all qualified board of the party, CCHQ, secure, Civica as well as free, to ensure that all qualifying members to executive, in particular my fellow officers, that our ballot is secure. Will Ragg, Jeffrey Pittman Brown, Bob Black, their help and support, especially during the administration of Parliament. I would like to thank the party board, the staff, for all their hard work organising hustings, which allows so many members to see the campaign as well as free, whether in person or online. I'm grateful to CES for the professionalism with which they have dealt with the ballot, distributing, collecting, and counting the votes, both online and by vote. Finally, I want to thank all the party members who have taken this responsibility very seriously. All the candidates put themselves
Here we go.
and in particular,
UK control system.
who ran such excellent campaigns, the full glare of media scrutiny, who showed themselves to be outstanding candidates to be elected by the party. Now the result. Graham Brady, returning officer for the Conservative and Unionist Party, leadership of the 1920s, declare total number of particular my fellow officers was 172,000. Will Ragg, 400 Brown, 37. On Black turnout in the election and out was 82. Their help was 6%, especially during the total number of votes was 6. I would like to thank the party board. The total number of valid votes was so many members. Rishi Sunak, 60,399. I'm grateful. Liz Truss, 81. Professionalism with
Liz Trust.
distributing elected Truss and is elected as the leader of the Conservative Unionist Party.
Wow. No.
Shows themselves to be outstanding candidates. Result. Sir Graham Brady, returning officer of the Conservative and Unionist Party, leadership.
Well, thank you, Sir Graham.
Total number of
It's an honour to be elected
was 172,437.
as leader of the Conservative and Unionist.
Turnout in the election was 82.6%.
I'd like to thank the 1922 committee, the
Was
party chairman, and the Conservative
total
Party
number of
for
valid votes
organising one of
each candidate
the
was
longest job interviews in history.
Rishi Sunak,
Thank you very much.
60,000.
I'd also like to thank my
Liz Truss,
family,
81,000.
my friends, my political colleagues,
Therefore, I give notice that Liz Truss
and all of
was
those who
elected
helped
as the leader
on
of
this
the
campaign.
Conservative Unionist Party.
I'm incredibly grateful for all of your support. I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates, particularly Rishi Sunak. It's been a hard campaign. I think we've shown the depth, breadth, and talent in our Conservative Party. want to thank our outgoing leader, my friend, Boris Johnson. Well, thank you, Sir Graham. It's an honour to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party, Jeremy Corbyn. I'd like to thank the 1932 committee, the party and stood up and the Conservative Party. You were admired, one of the longest views in history. Thank you very much. I'd also like to thank my family, my friends, my political colleagues, and all of those who helped on this campaign. I'm incredibly grateful. Thank you for putting your faith in me. I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow cowards, particularly to Rishi Sunak. It's been a hard-fought campaign, and I think we have shown the depth, strength, and talent in our Conservative Party. I know that our beliefs resonate with people. I also want freedom in the ability to control your own life, my friend, in low taxes, in personal responsibility. And I know that's why people voted for us in such numbers in 2019. And as your party leader, I intend to deliver what we promised. Those voters who rolled out the vaccines are great, and you stood up for that. You were admired. Yeah.
During this leadership campaign, I campaigned as a Conservative and I will govern as a Conservative. And my friends, we need to show that we will deliver over the next 2 years. I will deliver a bold plan to cut taxes and grow our economy. I will deliver on the energy crisis, dealing with people's energy bills, but also dealing with the long-term issues we have on energy supply.
And I know that's why you voted for us in such numbers. And I will deliver on that. And your party leader, I intend to deliver what we promised. Those voters right across our and I will make sure that we use all of the fantastic talents of the Conservative Party. Our brilliant campaign council we need to deliver, we will deliver over the next 2 years. I will deliver a bold plan to cut taxes and grow our economy. We will deliver. And I will deliver on the national victory for the Conservative. We all will deliver. Make councillors, our MSs, our MSPs, all of our councillors and activists and members right across our country. Because my friends, I know that we will deliver, we will deliver, we will deliver. And we will deliver a great victory for the Conservative Party in 2024. Thank you. Thank you.
but my bloody head hurts. That always look how they prepared this stock item before it was announced you won. Test 1, the Conservative Party leadership, and 5th. This was prepared. It's only just happened. Told you it's all planned. This Wikipedia article is already wrote. Oh, you demons. You bloody demons. This article was pre-done. Right. And now I'm hacking my computer. Right. So this was already prepared. The part where it says she won the Conservative elections on the 5th of September 2022, beating her rival. They've only just announced it. They knew she was going to win. And she became Prime Minister on the 6th of September, which is not till tomorrow's date. The third woman to serve in that position. She attended Oxford. She was the president of the Liberal Democrats then in Oxford in 1996. She graduated then and became Conservative member. Oh, look, here's her interests in the energy companies. She worked at Shell. PLC. Oh my lord, what a double standard. Shell PLC is a British multinational oil and gas company, headquarters in London. The public fund limited company with a primary listing on the London Stock Exchange. If she worked at them, she's not going to be independent with the British people. So be careful about any backlashes. It's got revenue and profits. That's a provider of a certain other service, not my gas electric. Shell was the 9th largest corporation producer of greenhouse gas emissions. Oh my gosh. That's why she got elected. Because they want to ration the gas and electricity for the agendas. Plans, alleged. Let's go on. And she worked for Cable and Wireless. So, telephone company. Wow, wow, wow. It adds up. It's no wonder they elected her. They pre-planned this. I was the deputy leader of the think tank Reform Trust, was elected for South West Norfolk. Let's have a look. So, wow. She's worked in state or childcare education 2012 and 14. Oh look, she's also had a role in environment for food and rural affairs. Well, well, well. This might cause civil unrest. Let's have a look. Let's look up if there's any information on her earlier life, personal life. Have a look. She's married to Huge O'Reilly, whatever, an accountant, a fellow accountant. A couple has 2 daughters. She had an extramarital affair while married. MP Mark Field, whose Conservative Party appointed her political mentor. However, her marriage survived the affair. Wow. Okay, let's go back. What a moral standing. Early life, let's have a look. She was born in 75 in Oxford. John Kenneth, married at an early age. She'd been known by a middle name. Her father was a professor of pure mathematics at University of Leeds, while her mother, the daughter of a Latin teacher at her bottom school, was a nurse. I knew there's connections to the medical field. Teacher and a member of a campaign for nuclear disarmament. Tests described her parents as the left of the Labour and stood for elections as a candidate. Her mother agreed to campaign for her, while her father declined to do so. The family moved to Scotland, where she was 4 years old, living there till 85. She lived in Canada for a year. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at her father. They deleted about her father. Wow. Queen Elizabeth II. There's a hint. Queen Elizabeth II Centre. Oh, what's next? Something about the Queen Elizabeth II. Let's have a look where the Queen Elizabeth II Centre is. Let's go for images showing. Diamond Jubilee Leisure Centre. Oh, let's have a look at the outbuilding outside of the images. It's not a leisure centre, surely. It's a building, it's a conference centre.
If you're over 50 in the UK, do not buy a funeral plan.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth II Centre is called, not a leisure centre.
Until you've watched this video. You'll be aware it's absolutely no secret that the cost of living in the UK has increased tremendously. According to the Sun Life Cost of Dying report in 2022, an average basic funeral was costing UK families over £4,000 in 2021, and it could be leaving many families in financial difficulties at an already difficult time.
In London.
And that's just for the cost of the funeral. When you add in the other costs on top, you could be looking at a lot more. And what's even more worrying is that Sun Life have reported that these costs are only projected to rise. So in the next 60 seconds, I'm going to share with you a simple solution to how you can protect your family. Click the blue button under this video now to learn more about this simple solution. Golden Leaves have made it their mission to
It's in, let's have a look. Expedition Centre. Let's have a look at the maps. It's not showing. Right. Where is it based? Quite close to Westminster Abbey. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, look, well, it's nearby. It's nearby the United Nations Green and the building, public building, known. Oh, it's by statute Sir Winston Churchill, who started the wars. Oh, look, HN and Customs Limited, London head office building. It's off, I can't read that road. And St James area. Right. Right by Clapton House a limited company. It's Westminster, basically. Wow. Imperial Walk is all very centralised. I don't know if I can share this. Yeah, so let me show you where they held the building. Right there. And there's the other public building. The CEO of that building. Yeah. They're all in it together. So let's see what they're. If anyone's still quoting. The event's now finished. The chat's finished. Let's see if anyone's streaming about this now. Wow, wow, wow. Here we go. Watch this guy, he's got a good take on it.
I told you there was a pet insurance that covered everything from dental to 24 hours.
Live reaction. Independent, hopefully.
Can't hear. It's too quiet. Right. Some of them are stuck over there. I can't get closer, it's too loud. Oh dear. Okay, so let's see. By the way, while this is like dragging and it's like soul destroying, it's not the sort of content you see from the mainstream media. I'm just gonna stand around here for a while. This is how we do it. It was quite close. I think it was around about 80-ish thousand to 60,000. And that was quite interesting. And there are some rumors that some Tories are already preparing to start a coup against Liz Truss. So that's nothing has changed in the words of Theresa May. So okay, let's go here. Let's go. Wait for the MPs are coming out. There we go. MPs are coming out now. Let's have a look. Right. So. Let's go that way. That's the Norman Lamont, former Chancellor. Let's go find the other ones. Right. Basically, I think they've been told not to talk to anybody. They're not talking to any journalists. Let's find out. Right, Michael Farragut. Right. Basically, I think they've been told not to talk to anybody. They're not talking to any journalists. Let's find out. Michael Farragut. Right. I think they've been told not to talk to anybody. They're not talking to any journalists. Let's find out. Michael Farragut. Bradley, you happy with the result? We can move on. There we go. Now they're all, both sides, both campaigns, everyone's in there, so they're all coming out now, all the MPs. Yeah. Right. We're gonna have to play soft with them because they're not gonna answer any serious question right now. I'm gonna keep chasing them, get the soft questions in, then I'm gonna go find them in the pub where red line outside Parliament. There we go. It's all coming out now. There you go, Dominic Robb. They got Dominic Robb. Alright, the Ramonas are chasing Dominic. Let's go. Let's go that way. We can move on now. Results over, yeah? Yeah, Kwasi Kwarteng, potentially next Chancellor. Very grumpy, very grumpy. Gary Miller. I mean, Chris Bill, we got Chris Bill here. Alright, let's wait for some friendly ones to see if we can catch them out. There we go. There we go. Andrea. Andrea, you happy with the result, Andrea? No? Team in green. Happy with the result, Mustafa? Happy with the result? We can move on now to the party. Brilliant, great, good, good. Good to hear. Yeah, great. Brilliant, thank you very much. Okay, so far the only nice MP we had was actually Mark Harper who talked to us for a second. That's good. There we go. Alright, so let's see. Andrea, happy with the result? Can we move on now to the party? Brilliant. I bet you're happy with the election's over now. You can get on with it. Are you happy that's all over now? Good, good enough, thanks. Hopefully I'll see you around here. Thank you. You'll get cornered if you... There we go, we got Ben Bradley. Happy with the result? We can move on? There we go. now they're all both sides, both campaigns, everyone's in there, so they're all coming out now, all the MPs. Yeah. Right. We're gonna have to play soft with them because they're not gonna answer any serious question right now. I'm gonna keep chasing them, get the soft questions in, then I'm gonna go find them in the pub where Red Line outside Parliament. There we go. It's all coming out now. Hey, Dominic Rob. We got Dominic Rob. Alright, the Ramonas are chasing Dominic. Let's go. Let's go that way. We can move on now. Results over. Yep. Yeah, Kwasi potentially next Chancellor.
David Lammy. Wow.
Very grumpy. Very grumpy.
All in the club
Ray
together.
Miller.
The country is messed up now. Even more so.
Chris Phil. We got
To
Chris Phil.
plan that way.
Alright, let's wait for some friendly ones to see if we can catch them out.
This
There
is
we go.
biblical times we live in.
There we go. Andrea. Andrea, you happy with the result, Andrea? No?
Just watch. No. These people don't care about the people.
Demon Green.
They're connected to the elite Grapevine families. You just see the way they're dressed and behave.
Mark Harbour. Happy with the result, Mr. Harbour? Happy with the result? We can move on now to the party. Brilliant. Great. Good. Good to see you. Yep. Great. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay, so far the only nice MP we have is actually Mark Harbour who talked to us for a second. That's good. There we go. Alright, so let's see. Andrea, happy with the result? Can we move on now as a party? Brilliant. I bet you're happy with the result. Election's over now. You can get on with it.
A very bit friendly, that streamer is with him. Bit in the club, isn't it?
Are you happy that it's all over now? Good number, thanks. Hopefully I'll see you around here. Thank you. Unicorns, ice creams, everything. Wait.
Wonder how many shape-shifting demons are out there.
Davidson. What? Cheerio, yeah.
Got all their own teeth. Could they be clones?
Happy solo. Well, happy with the result?
Look at a batch of pictures. Got a lot of makeup on, isn't there? Her eyebrows don't look right either. Look at that. What natural forehead does that?
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. See you. See you, red line.
Oh, got big nose. Look at that crease.
Here's the revolution. Yeah. That's happy. Yeah. Yeah, she was. I think. Yeah.
I can't see his eyes actually either.
Yeah, that was too quiet. I don't know if you heard it. I should have told the speaker up that. It is what it is. And here the other MPs. The other MP, yeah, no, yeah. As I said, Deanna Davidson was pretty quiet. Hang on, let's find out. Alright, some people are coming out. If they could turn down the music, I would appreciate it. But Steve Baker loves his Steve Bray loves his music.
Gotta have their Freemasons about, haven't they? Throw in the puppet servants. Looking at his buddies of security nearby. He's striding like a horse.
There's everyone else.
He seems to know him more.
Wait.
Look at her eyes. that's interesting. Definitely look like they're shape-shifting, are they? Just there. Definitely around the eyes. Superb hair.
Happy?
Quite young to be anything connected to the Conservatives. Left eye, that's unnatural.
Yeah, go. Find it, go find it.
Again, unnatural crease. If she's that young, it's unnatural by the eye.
No. She's doing her job. She already interviewed us. Did an interview with me, so it's fine. Yeah, she was happy.
Look here. All predestined to call the posters. Fun to fight. Look how they're promoting it already. Psychological campaigns.
Come on, guys. Can't stand here all day.
And he touches his nose.
Okay, who else is coming out?
Just look at all the body language. Says it all. Makes you wonder if anyone had any real choice in the system.
So far, there's not much substance. We're trying to basically make sure they all leave first. Then we go towards Parliament when they're standing around, when there's like quiet, and then we can actually have a proper chat. I've got a couple of important questions to ask some of these MPs. I want to ask them about their priorities as a politician, not just in terms of Liz Truss, because put aside the cost of living crisis, energy crisis, which are huge. I want to ask them this quick question. What else do you think is a priority? Because I want them to talk about the border crisis. I want to talk about globalization going too far with WF, messaging and everything else. I wonder what they will say. So hopefully, if I could find them again in a minute and ask them these questions, hopefully we'll get some sort of answer. Even if a few give the right answer, I'll be optimistic. But so far, all right, let's see.
Wow. Just simple rough ride again. So, yeah.
Everybody else has been chased from Quasi to. Look at the state of it. Hang on. Oh my God! Seriously, it's so embarrassing.
Why?
It's so embarrassing.
Someone's pregnant.
All right, I'm gonna move away from the music again because.
So.
What the actual priorities are for them? Okay, I'm not gonna die.
Here you go.
Because of personalities. Oh, well, this person's like this, that person's like this. or this person's got a full hat. None of these problems are real. And now it's all coming out. Now there's no recognition. No one's saying, oh, well, Tommy said something, or Maya said something years ago. No one's saying that. And I don't really want recognition. I don't really want people to be like, oh, thank you, all that nonsense. No. I want actual action. Now that it's out, we need proper public debate, and we need proper scrutiny. And in fact, we're not going to get any of that, so it is a... Let's go on the channel.
Look how they need protection. Look at the colours of symbolism. Red, yellow and blue. What are they expecting? Public unrest? Why do they need all these mounds? Interesting.
I'm more worried about it's going to ruin my hair, but I'm tempted, just tempted, to see that first, see what's going on, if anyone's actually here yet, because otherwise I think they're going to, some of them are going to have their internal meetings, and they're going to come out, the MPs, and then help me get on there, but probably not yet.
Oh, look at the interviews, all the press on the green.
Very boring.
Of Central London, that the sort of sky for the interviews.
Cool. It is what it is.
Yeah, the police bound to change their
colours.
Why are they done that?
Going to get the atmosphere, the temperature. The rain is kind of annoying, and then we're going to come back with another live stream within the next hour or so. But we also have some shows for you guys as well. A lot of other news updates apart from just the Tory leadership election. We're going to go set up camp with my camera and everything else, and give you guys the updates on everything. All right, I'm going to leave you guys to be. And then, yeah, there's not much going on. Right, I'm going to go set up camp, and don't forget, subscribe to the channel. I'm going to see if there's any important live chat here. Yeah, actually, someone mentioned Talk TV. Where are my Talk TV colleagues? I have no idea. I'm going to go find, see what's going on. But we're going to come back later on with more.
Psychological tactics. They're going to monitor people's reactions.
We are people, it's cross. She promised us tax cuts by a motorway price speed. How was motorway speed got to do with it? She promised a freeze on energy price caps. They don't need freezing, they need lowering. And inflation will rise no matter what she says, along with the cost of living in general. And no matter what she promised, it just ain't going to happen. To be honest, I'd rather see number 10's resident cat in there. He's probably got more sense than any of this lot. Latest goes.
Yeah, and this string was spiritual message. Destroy those who destroy the earth.
Your eyes and see. Take the good and the evil out of the way, and everything is light. That did not make any sense at all. And then it's denying the word of God, telling us. Then he tried throwing up a little verse. They do use some scripture. And this is what's going to happen. The wicked will. I had that happen to me in the shop, actually. When I came out and told everybody to get in the light, they all froze stiff. Couldn't move. It's real.
I might come back and do part 2 in a minute. But at the moment, I need to rest. Wow. Blessings to Tanya.